こ Because I'm supposed to.
Maybe you heard that. I'll sit in the front row.
I'm talking to you. I'm translating to you. That's what
Yes. Oh, okay, yeah, but I mean.
So then just sit next to Sasha.
Just sit next to Sasha. My question is going to be quite simple.
Yeah. So I sit down here.
Okay.
Wait a minute here.
So,
Yeah, I have to talk to them because they cannot hear.
I can make it here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the questions are going to be quite easy. So just like.
I just sit down here and then talk to them. Your question, I just talk to him. Thank you everyone joining live on the live stream. こちらでYouTube で。Hi everyone, thank you. Yay, we have amazing Yone-san here with us at Cryptokyo, one of the headlining artists, and Sasha is going to interview you. いいですよね、サッシャからちょっとお話、アーティストとこんな狭いというかインティメットな場所でヨネさんの話とかサーシャの話を聞こえることが結構珍しいと思いますので、ぜひ楽しんでください。
So, why don't we start by telling us how you got into art and what your history in art is?
まず最初にどのようにしてアーティストになられたのかっていうことと、その後の流れみたいなものをちょっとヨネさんお話していただいてもいいですか？
もともと僕は編集者で、いろんな雑誌作ったりとか、雑誌を作ったりとかしてたんですけど、基本的に僕のやってる編集っていうのは、いろんなタイプの人たちの箱を作るっていうか、だからそのエッグっていう雑誌を作った時は、女子高生だったりとか、その後、スマートガールっていうのを作る時は、裏腹の女の子たちだったりとかっていうふうな、まず編集者がやってました。というとこまでかな。
And are there any artists who gave you inspiration or helped along the way who you think are important to your process or who you are as an artist?
影響を受けたアーティストとかインスピレーションから取った人間に、誰が何人がいるんですか？
影響を受けて。
ずっとだから基本的に物を集めるってことが大好きだったんで、基本的にその影響を受けたというか、やってることが大好きなのはやっぱりウォーホルがやってたもので、そうだからすごくそのアートしたものよりも身の回りにあるもので、自分の作品を作っていくっていう形にはすごく影響を受けたというか、その心がすごく好きで、だからそのさっき言った編集者っていう部分も割とその編集っていうよりも物を集めるっていうことの方が強い多分編集者だったりとかして、今のそのアート活動にしてもそれの延長線上にあるから、あんまり自分にとっては違和感がない。はい。僕エッグって雑誌作ったりとか、だから本で言うと、要はスマートガールズっていうのを作ったりとか、あとパンの日本の写真集だったりとか、話し出せばいっぱい、多分すごくいっぱいあるんで、後で経歴でも送ってもらえれば、そこで言ってますんで。
後半にある質問の方、そうなんですか、ちょっと待ってください。
So we're here at Cryptokyo and you work with a lot of digital artists. What inspired you to start DA.YO.NE and in the first place, and why do you want to pass on and help younger artists? Is there a concept behind your gallery, or and why you started your collective?
This NFT.
No, just no DA.YO.NE. Yeah.
DA.YO.NE っていうので若いアーティストとかをサポートし始めたっていうのは、なんかコンセプトとかその裏にあるお話とかっていうのはいろいろあるんです。先ほどちょっと言われた部分
そう近いものがあって、僕自身が割とそのアウフォトっていう雑誌を作って1995年7年にアウフォトっていう雑誌を作った時に、作った時に、割とそのみんながその海外のアーティストもそこに参加してくれて、今で言うとフューチャラとかテリー・チャーソンとかもその時に参加してくれたりとか、みんなその写真家だったりとか写真を集めるっていうよりもみんなが撮った写真を集める。でそこで目立った子たちをそこで深くしていくっていうようなやり方をしてて、だから今回もアートブームっていうよりもなんかやってる子たちを集めていろいろとこうできるといいなと思ったのがそのDA.YO.NEの始まりだった。本当
And so when you're creating artwork or you're finding young artists or new artists, is there anything in particular you look for the gallery DA.YO.NE?
若いアーティストを見つけたり、その子たちを育てるためにDA.YO.NEとして何か、こういう形っていうフォーカスしていることはあるんですか？
毎回僕いろんな施設だったりとかギャラリーと組んで、今だと毎月2本ぐらいの、展覧会やってます。で、あとは、その集まった子たちとかコンテストもいろんなとこと組んでる。例えばそのDA.YO.NEっていう、10代の子たちがよく使う、アパレルがあるんですけど、そこと組んで、コンテストを3ヶ月に1回ずつやって、そこで集まったそこで紹介してる今回紹介してる中にもその中の2人がいるんですけど、そういうなんていうかな、そのDA.YO.NEと組んだのもコンテンツDA.YO.NEが持ってるその SNS のフォロワーっていうのは大体160万人とかいて、その160万人っていう人間のその160万人も中高生っていうかすごい若い子たちだったりするので、その子たちの中から面白い才能を見つけるっていうことをやってたりとか、途切れずやるようにはしています。
So you work with a lot of young artists and artists who are coming up through school generally. Is there a reason why you want to give those artists an opportunity, or would you ever consider focusing on unrecognized artists from an older generation, or are you exclusively looking to help the younger new artists?
皆さんはまだ学生のアーティストだったりとか、若い人をすごく見つける方法を作りいらっしゃって、若い方も手に出してらっしゃるけども、逆に、それが若くないものでは、少し年がいってるけども、まだ世の中に知られてないっていうような方も、時々フィーチャーされたりするんですが。
します。だから基本的にはその今僕自体があんまりその流れに乗るっていうのが好きではないというか、あんまり得意ではないので、できればそのでもアートだったりとか、いろんなそのクリエイティブなことが大好きだったりするから、そこでなんとかなこう目立たないというか、まだみんなが見つけてないものを見つかんなかった才能を見つけて出すっていうことがすごい好きだったりするので、年齢には関係ないんですけど、基本的にはこう若い子たちの中にいっぱいまだ見つかってなく、みんなが見てないものがあるっていうところで若い方になっちゃいがちだけど、全然年齢は関係ないです。
So at this show today, the artists that you're showing, Crazy Mad, and yourself as well, are you continuing to make, before we go to talk about them, are you continuing to make artwork yourself, and are you moving more, as you're a traditional photographer, do you see yourself moving more into collaboration work, or continuing with photography?
今回この、ここのショップ東京で、皆さんご自身の作品もありますけども、いろんな方キュレーションされてて、今後皆さん自身はご自身も作家として多くやっていかれるのか、それともよりそういうキュレーターとしての仕事の方が多くなっていくのか、どんな方向性なんでしょうか。
最初言ったみたいに僕自体が編集者っていう気持ちでいるので、自分の作品を作るのも他人のその作品を集めてそれをキュレーションしていくっていう部分も同じ編集の中の一環だと思ってるので、編集っていうことを考えると幅はどこまでも広くなって、だからそこのある程度こういうことで自分はしてますっていうことじゃなくて、編集者として興味のあるものをどんどんやっていくっていう感じで今市場とかどんどん広がっているみたいなのがありました。
And the artists who we have, for the final question before we open the Q&A for everyone, the artists that we have in the show, that you're showing right now, Crazy Mad, One Position, and other artists, is there anyone in particular who you would like to talk about, like a particular work that you would like to mention?
今回出展されている、アーティストの方、あるいはそのアーティスト作品のことで何か特に加えておきたい説明だとか、こういうとこ見てほしいとか何かありますか？
やっぱりそのアートブームっつってもやっぱりそのすごくギャラリーだったりとか、そのなんとかな、ある程度その通ってくる場所がないとなかなか目立てないところがあったりしてて、このシステムってすごく逆に言うとこういろんな人たちが直接いろんなその求めてる人たちに通じるっていうところがすごくあって、そういうのがすごく僕参加した理由としてあるのね。だからこの、今回の作家たちも、割とそのまだなんかやってなかったりとか、さっき言ったみたいに、自分がやってるコンテストの中で、見つけた形だったりとかしてて、でそれを直接見てもらって、日本人で特にどこそこが紹介しますとか、誰が紹介しますっていうのがすごくそこしかなかったりするので、そうじゃなくてちゃんと自分の目で見て、それがいいか悪いかっていうところを感じてもらえるといいなっていう私は素晴らしいです。
In Japan, it's very important to have someone introduce you to someone else to catch interest. Otherwise, people just conclude it. So it's a great opportunity for you to introduce new artists. Artists were not so much in this way.
Maybe my one final question is, are you focused exclusively on Japanese artists, or can anyone join DA.YO.NE from anywhere in the world? Or are you more interested in bringing the kind of Japanese scene to the rest of the world?
ダイヨネとして、いろんな方を発掘されて集めてらっしゃるんですけど、基本的に日本人のアーティストっていうところに何かくくりみたいなのがあるのか、そこはあまり関係なくって広く、ダイヨネには入れようとしてらっしゃるのかで、それを、世界に向けて発信っていうところは一緒だと思うんですけど、入れるアーティストの方は日本人がメインなんですか？
そこはもう日本人っていうのはあんまり関係なくて、でもちょっとコロナがあってその時期的にちょっと日本人のアーティストだけっていう部分があるんだけど、本当はもう海外のアーティストとも、今だと SNS でやり取りできるんで、いっぱいその実はやり取りしてて、でコロナが今年の終わりぐらいから、いろいろとアーティストたち本当は去年から呼んでやるつもりだったんですけど、やりだします。で僕自体はさっき言ったみたいにこういうアートっていうだけじゃなくて音楽の方も、今度レベル作ったりとかして、まず一発目に、ロンドンの、ボスの女の子なんですけど、その子の、アート展と、 ステージも、来年から始まる予定です。コロナの中で。
Is there anyone else who would like to ask any questions? Or,
サーシャなんでこれ始めようと思ったの？
Well, I started this gallery with the intention of bringing new artists into the space, and the same reason we started DA.YO.NE was to create a space where people can easily access buyers from all over the world, and undiscovered artists can be found by global audience buyers.
さっきヨネさんがおっしゃったのと全く同じで、アーティストが自由に入ってきて、そこから表に出れるような場所っていうことをやりたいと思って、でなのでアンダーグラウンドだったりアートセンターだったりそういう人アーティストを出したいと思って自分も始めた。
本当にだからその最初にその話聞いた時に全く割とこう近い考えだなと思って入ったこともあって、でもやっぱりそのね、いろんなそのサイトがあって誰でも参加できるっていうとやっぱりその参加の質みたいな部分がどうしてもこう下の方に落ちていってしまうので、ある程度の編集っていうかそこに対して特別にそのなんとか今言ったみたいに参考もできるけどある程度の質をこう僕らがちゃんとこう見てみるっていうことができるとそれいいなと思ったりするんだけどね。
ヨネさんに対して NFT のメリットとデメリットとかいう話はあるんですか？
いやだから
今の答えもそうですよね。今の答えが、メリットは誰でも参加できるけども、ある程度ちょっとキュレートする人とかいないとその質が下がっていくっていうところもちょっと心配ですね。
だけど NFT のテクノロジー、NFT の話、
テクノロジー、
今 NFT の話はまだしてないので、それはこの段階のテーマは NFT なので、それ NFT に対してどんな
だからコンテストやっててすごく思うのが今のね、日本の中学生だったりとか高校生だったりとかっていうのがやっぱりアートとかその作品を作るって時に必ず iPad だったりとか、もっとすごいともうスマホで作品を作ってたりとかするので、今の音楽のそのピュッと見れるといいんだけど、音楽のそのプロモーションビデオもスマホで作ってる子たちも出てきてるぐらいで、すごくデジタルとの親和性が高いんですけど、逆に言うとそれを、やっぱりこうギャラリーとかで飾るときはあくまでもその外に出したものっていうところが多くて、やっぱりその子たちがやっぱりその SNS から自分が書いたデジタルの中から SNS へっていう部分で、そのデジタルの中から外に出たことがないっていう部分で考えると、こういう場所ってそのデジタルのまんまこういう作品として見せれるとか、なんかそういうことができるから、すごく今日本のそういう若い子たちにとっての親和性というか、すごくやっぱり向いてるんじゃないかなと思って、NFT ってすごくこうその日本人のティーンエイジャー文化に近いっていうふうに思ってるんでね。
Is there anything that excites you most about the future of art, or is there anything that you're most interested in as a medium or a growing space? So, a style of art, or are you interested? I know you do some music videos, and you do everything on that side as well. Do you find what parts of the business you run do you find the most exciting? Presenting of the artist the most exciting, or when you're working on a creative project, or which is the most exciting part of a process to you?
皆さんが本さんにいろんなこと音楽のことにかけてらっしゃったりとかいろいろやってる中で、この先自分にとって一番こうワクワクするというか、何にこう一番将来性とかワクワクをやってらっしゃるいくつもある中の何に一番そういうワクワクした将来性を感じますか？
いやもうずっと今もワクワク多分その新しいアーティストと見つけたりとか、 どんどんそういう人たちとつながっていくとか、もうこういう場所にこういうふうにいるっていうこともワクワクの一つだし、多分どんどん時代が変わっていく。でも僕自体はこのままいなきゃいけないって気持ちは全くなくて、その次の時代が来たらその時代に合わせてっていうか変だけど、根本は変わるわけじゃないんだけど、そのやり方だったりとか、なんとか関係性みたいな部分もその時代に合ったものができるので、次の時代来ること自体もワクワクしてるし、そこに必ずね、テクノロジーだとかいろんなものがまた変わっていく部分で、こういう見せ方も昔はもう全く想像もついてない見せ方だったりするっていうところに関わってるってこともワクワクするし、そこはもうずっとワクワクってことを変えずにやっていけば面白いんじゃないかなと思って。特に日本って大人になるとすぐ分かったふりするから、で分かったことが大人になってるってことになってるから、僕は分かんないことにどんどんワクワクしていきたかったりするなっていうふうに思ってない。
And your work that's in the window that's AR capable, what inspired you to start experimenting with that technology of augmented reality?
AR に対して作品出してる、作品出してる AR の技術は使ってるので、それはなんで AR の技術を使いたくなっちゃったっていう。
いや、だから言ってるみたいに、これで飛び出したら面白いだろうなっていう部分とこ AR で考えたら、もっとあれだけじゃなくて、いろんなやり方が多分できるはずなんだけど、そこは、逆に言うと、その AR をやってる人たちにこういうことができるとか、僕自体はもうそんな一つ一つプログラムできる、覚えられるような年齢ではないので、じゃあそういうことをやってるそういうことをやってる人たちと組んで、こういうことできるかなってアイデアだけはいっぱい出せるから、それはじゃあこのやつにね飛び出してきて、日本で人狼にゃっていうすごい面白い人がいて、その音が後ろにかかってたら面白いだろうなとか、そういうことで組んでいけるといいなって。だから一つ一つ新しいその AR だったりとか見つけると、そこにどう自分が参加できるかと思うけど、でも一番大切なのはそこの今 AR の技術を持ってる人と組むとか、誰が面白い AR やってるやつなのかな、そういうとことコラボしていくことは悪いことじゃないと思ってあります。はい。
So, how do you feel about being part of the first physical blockchain art exhibition in Japan? 今回の東京で一番日本では初めてのこういう NFT のアートショーなんですけど、どういう気持ちなんですか？こちらと一緒に
参加したこと。
はい。
いや、もう新しいことに参加する、いろいろといろんな人が参加しませんかっていうふうにはかなりいろんなとこから言われてたんだけど、実際問題として日本の中でこういうふうにやるっていうところが一番やっぱり大切なのかなと思って、海外の、参加してくださいっていうところはちょっとなんとかな断ってここに参加したので、やっぱり日本で見れるっていうところで参加した意味があって、そこはすごくサシャも一緒に頑張ってみたいなと思ってます。
And as you are now helping young artists and you're helping people who are unrecognized come up, is there anyone in your life when you were younger and starting out who did the same favor for you, or did you find it harder to progress through? How has the process and the scene in Japan of making it as an artist changed from when you were younger and the same age as the artists that you're now?
ヨネさんは若いアーティストの方たくさんどんどん見つけてサポートして世に出していらっしゃるけども、例えばヨネさんが若かった時どなたかが同じようなことをしてくださったのか、それともその時代はそうではなくって、そういうことは全くなくて自力で頑張らなきゃいけなかったのか、どんな感じでしたか？
多分昔もいたんだけど、要するに日本のそれはもう会社のシステムと一緒で、昔のそのシステムは自分がその大人が理解できる子供だったらピックはしてくれるのよ。なんていうかな。とかもしくはその大人の世界の中にはめ込んでいくっ ことができる子どもたちは大人がピックしてくれるんだけど、大人が全く理解できないとそこはもうなんとかアウトサイダーっていうかもう全然違うところでやっていくしかなくて、そのメジャーになるってことはありえなかったんだけど、今はその大人の、僕なんかも特にそうだけど、自分が理解できなくても要するに素直に子どもたちの中で受けてるっていうのは、じゃあ受けてるっていう認識だけして、じゃあその子たちをピックしてあげるってことができるっていうところは昔と今とすごい違うことだと思う。昔はこれ全部同じ型にはめて、アートはこういうことじゃなきゃいけないとか、もう大人がすぐマウント取りにかかるみたいな昔の人たちって、今それが僕ずっと嫌いでこういう大人になっちゃったんですけど必ず別に子供たちは子供たちとか若い子たちは子供たちのその価値観があって、それを大人が自分たちと違うからそれはダメとかいいとか同じだからいいとかじゃなくて、そこはそこでそういう価値観があるんだって、そこに上げたところで、じゃあそれがどういうふうにみんなに理解されるのかっていうことを、まさにこういうことができているのが今だと思ったりして。
Do you think it's better as an art scene now, or do you think there was more opportunity when you were Yes, you already said it. Okay, yeah. And then also, I can't help notice the shirt you're wearing with your artwork on it. What is the concept behind this painting over the photographs? When did you come up with that idea? You talk a little bit about that. You have one in the window, which is in that style.
僕がねずっとその編集者でやってきた時に、ファッションだったりとか、その日本でグラビアっていうその女の子たちの、そのセクシーなやつをやるっていう編集もやってたんですけど、一つ疑問に思ってたのが、要するにさっき言ったみたいに大人の編集者がやることは、どれだけ水着が小さいかとか要するにファッションにしたらどれだけ、今受けてるファッションを、身につけるかとか、要するに全然そのクリエイティブな部分じゃないところにすごく言ってて、じゃあ女の子っていう部分に関しても受けてる女の子とかなんとかおっぱいが大きいとか、全然その個人のパーソナリティとか関係ないところでみんな決めたりするから、じゃあ全部それがなくなった時に果たしてそれを人はどう思うんだろうかっていうところから僕顔を隠すっていう作品を作り出して、でデジタルはまたそれとは僕やることは全然違ってて、その逆に言うとデジタルのその技術っていう部分に対してその自分の持ってるものをさっき言ったみたいにここにはめていくとどういうふうになるのかっていうところだったりするから、僕がこの自分の写真使ったりとか絵を塗るっていうところの意味とはまた全然違ったりはしてます。
And in that, I guess in that sense, do you think Japan has opened up more and become more liberated than it was when you were being a photographer in that sort of area?
Which area?
Yeah, yes, that the area which the concept went on.
エロスに関して、80年代と今と比べると日本のアートワークはどんな見方が変わったか変わってないか、どんなふうに自由になりましたか、もっと無差別になりましたか。
80年代の日本ってすごくエロスに対してやっぱりそのすごくなんとかカルチャー的な要素、すごくそのエロっていう言葉を使えば何でもありみたいなことがすごくあって、で昔のそのこっちでいうエロ本っていうそのエッチな本の中に必ずカルチャーページがあって、そこで、そこに投稿してた絵を描いてる人とか、いろいろと、いらっしゃるんですけど、その人たちが今、海外ですごく人気だったりとか、そういうことがあったので、ところが2010年ぐらいからそのエロ本と言われるものが、要は AV と言われてる会社の広報誌になって、要するにそこから送られてくる写真とかを載っけるだけがエロ本になって、全く商業ベースの、そのアメリカンポルノに近い 要するにもうこうしたらこう来てこうなるっていうとこしかないやつで、カルチャー性が全くなくなって、今やだから多分若い子たちはエロに対してのそのカルチャー性っていうのは全く思ってなくて、逆に言えばアニメの中にそれが求めてたりとか、全然多分その対3次元の人間的なものに対してのエロっていうのは全くそのカルチャーがないので興味がなくなってるんじゃないかなっていうふうに思ってました。
Before in the past year, erotic books that you could find were cultural content with articles and pictures and images. And now since the 2010, it's mostly porn companies who do the erotic book market. And so the younger generation now, they are not in touch with eroticism anymore. It's only porn and very crude action, and it's kind of disappeared. It's really
kind of idea of that sort of feeling as art has become less and less. It's become more and more about the
American porn.
だから60年代、70年代ってポルノっていい意味でやっぱり左翼活動、すごく左の人たちのプロパガンダだったりしたので、そこにすごく政治性が含まれてて面白いことだったと思うんだけど、89年からかな、日本ってバブルがあって、その89年から93年の間にほとんどポルノはここで壊滅状態になってるはずなので、それ以前にはやっぱりそこのなんというかな、そのすごく含まれてた政治性みたいな部分がそこからそがれていって、もう見た目しかなくなってくるという状況になっています。
And I guess my final question again would be what impacts do you and your gallery DA.YO.NE intend to have in the wider cultural sense? How would you like to see the future of what you're doing, but also how would you like it to benefit and change the maybe the culture around you?
DA.YO.NEを通して、そういうカルチャーという意味では、文化的な意味で、DA.YO.NEにどういうインパクトを与えていきたいと思っているか、あるいは、どういうインパクトがこれから出てくるかということを教えてもらってもいいですか。
さっき言ったみたいに、やっぱりその日本ってすごくそのある種誰が言ったかとかどこで何が起きたかっていうところにすごくそこが注目されがちで、一人の作家が誰かがいいって言ったらそこにダーってみんなが行って、そこでなんか主文が形成されていくっていう状況が続くんだけど、実はそうじゃなくて、さっきみたいに中高生の子たちが iPad を使ってカルチャーとしてちゃんとこう書き続けてるっていうところとかが、ここでこういうふうにみんながわーっと映ったところだけじゃなくて、日本って割と実はそういうみんなが目に見えないところですごい層の厚いところがあって、そういう層の厚いところをちゃんとこう見せていけるといいなというふうに思ってたりする。
Right now in Japan, everybody focuses on the same artist, but there's so many other artists around the world that you like point attention on these artists, but everybody notices you. That's the
昔ね、だから雑誌に投稿ページっていうのがあって、でみんなそこにハガキで絵を描いて、そこにハガキですごくもう送ってきて、すごい面白い作品、僕もその編集者でそのページを担当してたりと、1ヶ月に何百通ってそこ来てたりしたのね。でも今その iPad を使ってる子たちでやっぱりその SNS の中でそういう子たちを発表してたりするんだけど、やっぱりなんかそういうなんかこうものを作っていくっていう作業をしてる人たちを集められればいいなっていうふうに思ってます。
Is there anything else that you would like to add or you would like to mention specifically before we get elaborated on to as well?
追加で他のことを発言したい。
追加で
鉄が入ってからいいですか。鉄でも待ってる。鉄に入ってから何か鉄かければ。
今神保町でも僕やってるので。
そっか知ってみてください。
そう今一緒にリアガート僕の描いてるアートの方も神保町の小宮山書店というところでやってるので、ぜひ見てくださいね。 てっちゃん入ってくるの？
はい、これからもう持ってこい。これからもう一人、ヨネちゃんの友達でもあるロス在住のアーティストの方がズームで入ってまいりますので、質問があればその後にもまた進めていただいても大丈夫ですし、今あれば待ってる間にご質問とかしていただいても大丈夫です。
てっちゃんはね、ダミアン・ハッセルと一緒に会社作ってた。ダミアン・ハッセルと一緒に会社作ってた。
そうです、そうです。
今度はこっちに。
He can come anytime.
Anytime.
Let me call him. When did you send him a address for the group?
Yeah, I sent that to you. To you directly and online. To you directly.
To him directly.
You.
To me? This one I have to send it to him.
もしもし。横向きなのかな？無理か。あ、もしもし。あれ、ちょっと待って。音が聞こえないな。もしもし。あれ？音が聞こえないな。もしもし。あ、今聞こえたかな？そっちがミュートになってた？ちょっと待ってよ。OK。あれ？映った？よかった。久しぶりです。イエーイ、久しぶり。ごめんなさい、なんか毎回、ズーム僕手こずっててね。元気。でもなんか音がちっちゃいな、僕。まあ、なんとか。あれ、スピーカーにならないのかな、これ。あれ？恵子さんと朝日？
そう。私たちからここまで映ってる？
恵子さん似てる人がいるなと。
ここまで映ってる？ここ映ってる？今私。
映ってるんだけど、僕のスピーカーになれば。
ここまで映ってる？
いや、とりあえずまあ。
じゃあこの辺まではそうですね。
どうしたらいいんだろう。これ一瞬ごめんなさい。やっぱ多分声が全然聞こえなくて、いや僕の耳が遠いかなんかで。
ヘッドホンかなんかしちゃえば。
そうですね。イヤホンにした方が聞こえるかも。ヘッドホンか。
今ね、スピーカーにつないだから大丈夫だと思う。
本当？
そこどこなんですか？
お店じゃないか。
お店？今度こっちは聞こえなくなった。スピーカー入れたからだよ。
ミュートになってる？聞こえなくなっちゃった声が。大久保君の声聞こえない。ちょっと聞こえる。すごいちっちゃく。今全くはほんのちっちゃく聞こえる。どっから音拾ってるんだろう。イヤホンないの？持ってないの？
ちょっと話してみて。
今こっちのね、ボリューム上げてくれた。
声がスピーカーにとったら聞こえなくなっちゃったよ。今スピーカーどうしていいかわかんない。スピーカー入れたら聞こえなくなっちゃいましたよね。
ちっちゃい
ことはスピーカー
イヤホン
とかヘッドホンがいいんじゃないかってみんながいろいろたくさんアドバイスくれてます。
朝日が耳かかじれて
片時にイヤホンついて
ちゃ
ないんだって。
画像出てないよ。
でなんか絵も消えちゃったよ。誰どうしよう。ね、せっかくでも素敵なお店だったから見たいのに消されたらいけない。
映ったなんとか聞こえるけどね。聞こえるんだけど声がちっちゃいんだよね。でもね、こっちのボリューム今最大にしてくださってる。
もしもし。
バッチリ。うるさい。
もしもし。
聞こえる。
あれ？
こっちの
もしもし、聞こえますか？
聞こえる？
だ
からさ、イヤ
ちょっとこっち全然聞こえないんだけど、どうなってんのこれ。
こっち聞こえる？こっち聞こえる？あ、聞こえないんだ。
聞こえないみたいですね。聞こえる？
もしもし。
ちっちゃいでしょ。
もしもし。
大久保君の声すごいよく聞こえるようになった。
こっちが聞こえない、こっちが聞こえるときはこっちが聞こえないって。
もうなんか独り言言ってよ。独り言。
独り言言ってだって。
コンピューターで言うと誰か言ってください。
イヤホンとかヘッドホン持ってないの？イヤホン。
イヤホン持ってない。
持ってない
かも。いやどうしたらいいんだろう。
だからイヤホンでつなぐのが一番いいんだけど。
イヤホンがないからどうしたらいいんだろう。
じゃあ
こちらで聞こえますか？
今聞こえますよ。
OK。じゃあ話したかったらこの辺もうちょっと近くに来ないとダメ。マイクがあるのでちょっとお待ちしてください。
すいませんね、いつも。聞こえる？
なぜこれ参加したの？
すいませんね。
聞こえる？
聞こえます。あ、この NFT ですか？
そうです。そうです。そうです。
興味があったときに、たまたまタイミングよく、なんかヨシさんがちょうど NFT やってたし、やってた始めてたんで、まあなんかないかなって参加してみようかなと思ってます。
僕？いや、僕も同じ。でもてっちゃんが誘ったんじゃん。
そうです。
自分が誘ったんじゃない。
そうです。
はい。そうなんですよ。どうですか、参加してみての。
まだね、写真を送ってないので、僕後半戦なんですよ。なのでまあ後半戦ちょっと楽しみだなって感じです。
どんな作品作ってるんですか？
いつものこのスマイルが流れじゃないですか。なんかこれを使ってなんかこう写真を撮ってバラバラなんかみたいな感じです。それをそこに写ってるテイさんにお願いして動画にしてもらってコラボってことでやってます。ピースな仲間ってこと。
セイさんの作品はね、ここでね見えるので、セイさんとのつながりはどんなつながりなんですか？
ロサンゼルスのパパ友です。
何年ぐらい？
何年なんだろう。5、6年？あ、わかんない。いや。まあ4年代だと思います。
あ、大丈夫ですよ。
ヨネちゃんに言ってもらえば分かるけど、僕ヨネちゃんに言わなきゃいけない。ヨネちゃんの今回のあれはアーティストどんな人たちなんですか？
もうさっき話したのよ、それ。そうだよ、ずっと待ってたでしょ。その間にいろいろとやっぱもうね、だんだん使えない年になってきてますね。
初めてのこういう時に一発目からコンピューター弱いことは
そうだよ、コンピューター弱い2人がこういうふうに関わってるってすごいよね。
今ちょっと NFT これ見せちゃってる気がしなかったね。
なしだよ、無理、僕も無理。ちょっと待ってね、サーシャから。
Hey, how are you?
Hey, Natasha. Sorry. So, computer problem.
It's okay. It's been always the way. But it looks great. Your store looks fantastic.
Thank you so much.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about A Love Movement and your shop and what you do?
Okay. In Japanese, right?
Oh yeah. No.
僕はなんかこのリサイクルの 映ってる間にこの最近はタッチを使って簡単にしてますけど、もともとはカシメロリサイクルを2000年ぐらいに始めて、そうですね。あとこういうキャンパーイとか友達のブランドとコラボを最近したりとか、ここのリサイクルの材料を使ってカスタムするカスタムモーダーのリサイクルショップ、違うな。簡単ショップですね。をやってます。最近はなんかタッチ屋さんだと思われてます。紹介していい？そうか。別にこれ僕がこうやってずっともうあれしなくてもちらっと見せては早いかな。ねカメラ。
はい、いいですよ。
ねそんな気がしました。ずっと僕でも紹介できる。そうその方が解説しやすいんだよね。画面で切り替えとか横になるといけないんですよ。
カメラフリップ。There you go.
誰か僕のヘルプ来てくれないかな。上から友達の彼女君のね、この間のやつとか、そういう友達のものとかリサイクル、僕の趣味だったものとかを売ってるように売ってないようなコーナーです。あとはダニアハットとのコラボのタッチコーナーがあって、ここはこのなんかジョン・ルク・イットマンのオリジナルペイントをジョンの仕事と一緒にサポートするのをちょっと置いたりして、ここはそのダミアンさんとのまだ中のコラボもですね。あと豊かなでパッチコーナーがあって、こっちがキャンパーイコーナーですね。コラボしたり。ビビーがあったり、ハロシがあったり、ざっとこんな中で、ここがカシミヤコーナー。ここはメインなんですよね。こんな感じかな。はい。説明しようともあるけど、こんな感じのお店兼仕事場です。いやあんまりうまく説明ができませんでした。
So, how long have you had your shop for?
So I started the first shop. It was maybe 2000. So, but I moved here maybe 6 or 7 years ago.
日本語で。
最初の僕は2020年ぐらいだったんだけども、ここに引っ越してきたのは2000年だ。2000年に最初の店ができて、でそこからここに引っ越したのが6年、8年ぐらい前で、今現在もここで、今はお店の格好をしてるけども、アポイントメント入りのカスタムメイドショップです。カスタムバッジ屋さんです。そうですね。以外ですね、本当に誰もね、ほとんど閉まってるんで誰も知らない。
And so, what's the goal with a love movement? Why the name a love movement? Why is that? Yeah.
これね、よしうまく説明してくれたけど、僕の英語のレベルとかも含めて、すごく単純になんかこうつけた名前なんですよ。すごいシンプルに言うと、本当はザ・ラブメントしなきゃいけないことなんですけど、でも絵にしてるのはほらあってなんかこう一つのって意味があって、英語的には間違ってるんだろうけど、一人一人個人個人の なんかこう、そういうハッピーな気持ちとか楽しいことが、みんながそれを思うと、なんかそれがムーブメントになるんじゃないかなっていうふうに思って、よく旅行してた時にこう、なんかそういうのを着ていくと、なんかこう、なんか伝わってるような気がするので、そういうのがいいなと思って、あとまあ、お店に置くときとか、絵がつくとね、カタログの一番最初に出たりするでしょ。それもあって一応、いいなと思って、そうしました。
話してくれたので、
目標だよね。
そうして伝えてあげてもらっていいですか。
So he talked about why he made it a love movement, but not really the goal. So ask him. A love movement の目標的っていうか、皆さんに伝えたいメッセージとか、大きいメッセージとかあるんですか？
まあ、みんな仲良くね、喧嘩しないで楽しくね、みんな暮らせたら一番いいですね。一応ほら、こういう会社なので、まあ、逆だった？逆？そうなの？合ってる？おかしいな。別におっちょこちょいなわけじゃないんですけどね、普段はこんな。普段はもっとしっかりしてるんですよ。いや、もう、参ったな、本当。なんで一番大事な時に必ずまたこうやってコンピューター、最初から 100% 起きてるもんね、こういうこと。そういうブランドじゃないんですけど、そう思われてしまった気がするんですけど、ちょっとおっちょこちょいなブランド。まあ、それぐらいの方がね、こうやって世の中にこう、ハッピーをこう、上げることができるので、そうね、生産がグッって言ってるから。まあ、バカはバカなりに、まあ、できることをしようかなと思ってね。
So you're planning on... Oh, すみません。
そうなってしまった。目指したわけじゃなくて気がつけば、もうすぐ超えてるし、人から見たらそういう人、バカなスマイルを作ってるおじさんってことで。まあそこをね、これからいかに真面目な方向に見せていくかっていうのが、まあ僕の節目っていうか、ここでしっかりしたとこ見せないと、本当に危ないおじさんになっちゃうので、ね、そろそろ形にしないといけない時なので、皆さんいろいろご協力をしましょう。コンピューターができる方とか、映像ができる方とか、英語が話せる方とか、皆さんで協力して、ぜひよろしくお願いします。パーセンテージで割り振りましょう。
So you're making a NFT or crypto artwork. Do you want to talk a little bit about the concept behind it and what you're creating?
コンセプトは、まあさっき言ったかもしれない。シンプルに言うと、いつでもどこでもスマイルっていうことで、当初はカレンダーみたいな365個のスマイルをやろうと思って、まあこれからやるかもしれないですけど、思ってたけど、まあ今回はそういう時間じゃなくて場所でってことで、僕のリアルなさっきお見せした洋服のリメイクの中の、例えばミリタリーの生地だとか、ストライプの生地とか、洋服を通してこうなんか作業中の人の場所ですね。戦争中のスマイルとか、仕事中のスマイルとか、なんかこう夏のスマイルとか冬のスマイルとか、こう洋服の素材を通して、まあ、場所とか季節とかをこんな状況でもスマイルとか、溺れそうになってもスマイルとか、戦場でもスマイルとか、どんな辛い仕事でもスマイルとか、まあそういうメッセージですね。常にみんなこんな時でも頑張りましょうよっていうね、見てたらほらみんなそう思うといいなと。真面目なことを言ってしまいました。真面目な感じが出ちゃう感じが良くないの。 企業秘密。こう見てちょっとなところ。
So we have two questions from people online. So if you could answer in English, that would be amazing. He wants to know what your favorite clothing that you make in the shop at the moment is, and if you have any plans to integrate with your clothing NFTs in the future.
洋服のデザインで NFT でも出すってこと？
So, what's your favorite line or your favorite clothes in the shop that you make at the moment?
Okay. So, my favorite は今はね、まあでもね、並行していくつかやってるんで、ちょっと一番っていうのはちょっと難しいですね。いろいろほら、それはちょっと難しいですね。
If you had to say though.
いや、ちょっとね、その順番的なやつと難しいですけどね。もう一個なんだっけな、さっきの質問。さっきなんて言ったかね、サーシャが。
Was, how do you plan, if any, to integrate your clothing and NFTs in the future? Is that something that you're interested in doing with clothing and crypto art or non-fungible tokens?
なんて言うんだろう。まあ、まだね、僕が勝手に思ってることなんで、できるかどうかわかんないんですけども、ね、ここにこう、ダミアンさんのやつ前やってたので、それをなんかこう途中までデジタル化してるところがあるから形にしたいとは思うんですけど、まあまあね、いろんなこう許可とか許可っていうかね、ダメに聞いてみないと分かんないんで勝手に言えないんですけどね、それがデジタル化途中までちょうどやってたんでね、たまたま生産ね、あれを少し形にしたいなと思って、まあそれがお客さんもみんなファンね、ダミアンのはもう望んでることのような気もするので。まあ、それはそれで。洋服としては、だから、洋服の NFT としては、まあ、そんな感じですかね。でも、洋服だけど、例えば今回やったみたいに、こう、例えば T シャツとかをキャンバスにして、そこにこう、なんかこう、その上で何かやる、NFT アートは作れるような気がしますけどね。まあ、僕らたまたま洋服屋なのもあるからついつい洋服をベースにしてしまうんですけど。
One of our viewers wanted to let you know that he loves the shirt you're wearing. He's viewing from the US at the moment. Yeah, is there a reason behind the small short phrases that you put on a lot of the clothing, or is it just to make people smile like the Love Project movement ethos is?
これはね、サッシャさんの質問の意味がはっきりは分かんないけど、作った目的は、なんだっけな、要するにジョーク T シャツです。もう単純に、なんかこれ着てるとこう、同じようなジョーク好きな人が話しかけてきたりとかして、こう、なんか楽しい感じで出会えるから、まあ、うちのブランドはそういうのが多いですね。こうなんか会った時最初からこう笑いながら冗談で「へい」みたいな感じで知り合い方が好きですね。まあ、なんて質問合ってんのかな、これで質問の答えは。OK。あとこれ日本なんであんまりね、詳しくはこう説明しにくいんですけど。これね。これでもね、よく見るとね、カタカナすらちょっと間違ってしまってるんですね、いっぱい。まあね、単純に僕がミスったっていう説と、工場が間違ったっていう説、工場間違うわけないな。 まあ、冗談でやったって2通りもあるんですけどね。まあ、真実は闇の中なんですけど。
カリフォルニアでは葉っぱが美味しいですか？
いや、そういうことは、僕はそういうのはあんまり知らないんですよね。確か、ここね、こうやって僕、日本人なんですよ。質問内容変えてもらっていいですか？わざと、今の、ヨネちゃんだって今の質問。
じゃないよ、俺じゃない、俺じゃない。
ぼちぼちでした。質問は。すいません。
すいません。
じゃあ、3人ユニット早くやんなきゃね。
そうですね、ほんと。
もうコロナ前だったからね、あれね。
ね、新しい形でやりたいですよね。
取れなかった。
これで僕なんか考えて、あの後また考えて、これだったらいいなと思ったのあったんですけど、今思い出せないので、思い出したらまたちょっとヨネちゃんに相談させて。そうでしたね。まあでも、ね、しょうがないんで、またなんか新しい次の何かをできたらいいですね。
ちょっと名前全然飛んでませんにしますか。
いや。やっぱりエロいのでいきましょうよ、ヨネちゃん。
了解。
それだって仕事じゃないですか、ヨネちゃんの。エロが抜けたらヨネちゃんの仕事じゃなくなるような気がするんで。
あんまいいや。
Okay, well, is there anything else that you would like to tell people viewing online or in the gallery about your project or anything that you would like to finish on before we turn over to any more questions?
OK。今回の NFT は、さっき言ったかもしれないですけど、スマイルパッチを使って、なんかすごい簡単なショートムービーになるのかなみたいなものを、生さんに手伝ってもらって、まだ今現在作ってます。すごいシンプルなメッセージだと思うので、見てもらったら、なんか伝わったらいいなと思います。とにかく、どんな場所でも、どんな状況でも、ね、元気じゃないや、笑顔でいけば、病気にもならないんじゃないかなっていう、コロナ対策のNFT みたいな感じです、今回は。僕の方からは説明は以上です。Sasha, I will explain my concept.
Yes. Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us. And is there any questions from the audience or anyone viewing online?
ちょっとね、携帯なんでちょっとちっちゃくていまいちよく見えないんですけども、どうしたらいいんだろうな。ヨネちゃんだ。Sasha, how you feel right now? How was this show?
I think the show went pretty well. I never really know, but we'll see. There was lots of press coverage, lots of people here. Always with something new like this, there's lots of technical issues to deal with, but I think we got through the best that we can, and as the show grows and continues, we'll iron out more and more of the issues until it's perfect.
Yeah. You did a lot of work. Thank you so much. You did a great job.
Thank you so much for joining us. It was a real pleasure. Thank you.
みんなありがとうございました。よしこちゃんありがとうね。よしちゃんありがとう。あたりもみんな来てくれてありがとう。せいさんありがとうございます。またね、けいこさんまたね。見えないんだよな、奥が。 誰が来てるかはっきり見えないんだよね。まあいいや、とりあえず、またね。
So we're just going to be taking a short break while we wait for GrowYourBase to join to do their chat.
Recording in progress.
Yes, can you hear me? Oh, hello everyone. How are you doing? Yes, can you hear me? How are you doing? Oh, hello everyone. I think there's a lag. How are you doing? Hello? Oh, I hear a lag. I'm sorry. John, do you hear a lag too?
Yeah, you're fine. Just why don't you give the intro and get going?
Do you hear this?
Okay. I don't hear an echo. I'm fine.
Oh,
Princess,
hello. Very strange. Oh, I hear a lag. I'm sorry. John, do you hear a lag too?
I think you have the video up, Nan. So just turn your video off.
Yeah, you're fine. Just why don't you give the intro and get going?
Hold on. Oh, hold on. I need to get rid of that video.
Well, everyone, welcome. We're Grow Your Base. We've been in the NFT space since 2018.
I don't hear an echo.
So we're very early into the space and really excited to co-sponsor the event in Tokyo. I've known Pasha for quite some time and a real big fan of his, and really excited to do as many introductions as possible, introduce NFTs to a new audience. Really excited about all the things that we've got going on at Grow Your Base. Our mission is to really help educate people on NFTs. We think NFTs are exciting. We think they're a new way to own property, digital property. We thought that in 2018, and we thought someday this is going to be a big deal. We were right in that it's a big deal. We were wrong in the timing. We thought it was going to be a more 2025 when things would start to, the infrastructure and everything would be there. And it happened faster than we had anticipated. But really excited about trying to help really anyone, like level the playing field, trying to help people that have no right to own unique assets that are worth a lot of money now and over time. When I say, have no right, I come from a Wall Street capital markets background, and I know how the game is played, and it's very exclusive. It's about access. And we love the idea that NFTs level that playing field. They allow anyone to participate. And so we've been helping individuals for the last 3 years now own NFTs, learn about them, and really promote some of the best projects that there are out there in the space. We focus on digital art. We focus on gaming. So blockchain gaming is going to be a really big deal. And then we focus on digital real estate, so virtual worlds. And then we sponsor different kinds of projects that are coming on. Like it could be an art project. We're hosting a very large Tom Badley art project that is actually on display there for the next couple of weeks. Beautiful pieces that help tell the Ethereum story. And we love this exhibit in particular because it has both digital and physical pieces. So we love merging the two worlds together, the physical and digital. So you can have physicals up on your wall. You can have digital pieces that you can show on your phone or your computer, and you own those. You own those pieces, and you can own them forever. And the beauty of digital artwork is you can pass it down to generations. It doesn't get corrupted. It doesn't fade. It's very clear on who owns it. So there's no forgeries. There's no fakes. It's very easy to prove provenance, and that's really exciting. So that's a summary of what we do. We have a solid team. We have 8 people in the space. Like I said, we've been one of the first people in NFTs, and we've just had a terrific time the last couple of years. Anything else you want me to bring up, Sasha? Okay.
Oh, thank you so much for having us. As John said, we really encourage and support everyone learning more about NFTs, and we really want to help everyone build a valuable portfolio with NFTs, help people get educated on what they are and not be intimidated. We're here to support and educate, and if you don't know anything or if you know a lot, we're here to support and help you get access to some of the things that you might not know about or might not understand. We have a really rich community where everyone supports each other and you can ask any question. There is no such thing as a silly question. And we want everyone to feel comfortable in learning more about investing with NFTs. Let me just tell you a little bit about why we have the flying pig. The story behind the flying pig is really about achieving the impossible. And if you've ever heard of the phrase, when pigs fly, meaning trying to achieve the impossible. And that was what we've been trying to do for the last 3 years in just giving people access, understanding NFTs, access to things that you cannot otherwise might not have known about or get access to and putting into your portfolio. Our membership program is all about us doing as much or as little of the work as you want us to do. We're more concierge type service where you can buy, depending on your level of membership, you can get in for on the ground floor or higher level white glove service where we do all of the I guess scoping out the NFTs for you. We develop a lot of the NFTs ourselves. We also partner up with a lot of the big partnerships and big names in the NFT space. So we bring that to our community and for you to understand more about them and also have them in your portfolio if you're a member. Or you could also choose to do it yourself and just join the community and join the conversation, which we have on Discord. So that's a little bit about why the peg is there, and we thought it would be fun to bring the mini peg with the golden wings to you all. We've been working on this Cryptokyo and really excited about what Sasha's doing, what Mimi's doing, and just trying to bring the blockchain and NFTs to Japan. And hopefully in the next couple of weeks, you'll find out a lot more about that and also see the project that we're unveiling, which is Tom Badley. We call it ETH Rising because it's really about the story of the ongoing battle between the current financial system and how people are experiencing that versus what we think is the future in cryptocurrency and ETH, and just fighting for the people to have fair access and for them to really understand and take hold of their financial future and their investments. And we think it's also fun to have NFTs where you can actually play with your investments rather than, having maybe a retirement fund or an IRA where you just really, it's not that fun. So we're having fun with it. We're getting people involved in building their own NFT portfolio and just really understanding and educating people. Great question. Thank you for asking, Sasha. We have what we call, if you want to just dip your toe into it and join the conversation, we have what we call the do-it-yourself type subscription, where for $25 a month, you can just join our Discord community. And our Discord community is a thriving community of conversations and just around NFTs and the metaverse in general. There are a lot of NFT enthusiasts, people that are very passionate about it, and there's people that are just getting started. So we really bring everyone together to help each other in understanding the space. And a lot of them also bring ideas and partnerships and projects, attention to projects that other people might not know about. And also, if you don't have a wallet, we can help you do that, or we could just put the NFTs and the digital assets into a GrowYourBase wallet. So when you are a member, you could just get it dropped to your GrowYourBase wallet. And then it is really the custodian wallet of your NFTs. And until you feel comfortable in having a blockchain wallet, you can just have it live there. The second layer is, or the second tier would be the Insider Boost. This is also a do-it-yourself level, where for $75, you can join the community in the conversation, but also be part of a lot of the exclusive gaming channels. And those channels give you more insight into the games in the metaverse, which is really the up and coming way to get into the metaverse. So those are the two do-it-yourself levels. The entry level of us distributing it for you and being a concierge would be called the Uber level, where it's $500 a month. And we provide more value than what you would pay for your membership. So we really pride ourselves on finding projects that you would be interested in having or owning in your wallet. We also give you a little piece of what we are developing. And so you get periodic distributions. It's not necessarily monthly, but what we're trying to strive for is high quality, high valued assets that you guys can own, and that we are identifying for you and giving you access to that. The next level, if you really wanted more, even higher level, higher quality, and more hands off, a lot of people would say, we rely on you to find the projects and the NFTs, because we really don't know. Our team is there every day looking at the trends, looking at what's hot, what's new, what's exciting, what will be more valuable in the future. We want to build a valuable portfolio for everybody. So this is what we dedicate our time and what we're passionate about doing, and giving that back to our members. So the next level would be the Power Pass, and that for $25,000 a year, we really hold your hand and do a lot of the work for you. Of course, we always welcome you, our members, telling us what they're interested in. Are they interested in art? Are they interested in games? Are they interested in the metaverse? So not only are you getting a distribution on digital assets, but you'll also be able to get in on pre-sales, anything, new projects that we're working on, you'll be able to get in first. So first access to that, and access to the team and what's on your mind. And then our last level, the highest tier membership, would be at $125,000 a year. And that is the premier, the ultimate, the supreme level, in which you will you'll always get the first look at everything, and also get the top level NFTs for your portfolio. So that's really I guess the Tesla of NFT membership, if you will. And we really do all of the work. We always welcome our members to have a say in what goes in their portfolio, but we really pride ourselves on giving ultimate value for that level of membership. So there's a little bit of, a level for everybody. We really want to give access to everybody. So if you want to just get in on the conversation, or you want us to do all of the work for you, there's something there for everybody.
And I'll just follow up. Thank you for that. We don't advertise, and we've never probably will, and don't need to, and don't want to. What we really want is just people to get involved with NFTs. So if this is an experience where you're like, oh, that's interesting, want to learn more, or oh, that's beautiful, and here's a chance for me to own that, then we win, right? Because we just think, and we know that this is the future, especially with the younger demographic. I'd say the under 30, 35-year-olds around the world. They just grew up with computers, with phones, and they just live in a digital world, and they just understand. It's funny to hear a 25-year-old talking to a 65-year-old about why this makes so much sense, and it's just such a disconnect. And we find that exciting, because we like to hear those conversations, and we understand the demand of being able to own property. Digital property is really what it is. And why I like this investment class versus traditional investment classes is, I mean, the worst case scenario is you're stuck with beautiful art, right? That you like, you're stuck with gaming pieces that other people can use and have value. And although NFTs have had a huge explosion in the last 6 months of interest and numbers, we're at where it's like step one. I mean, there's so much coming online, so much activity that's coming. We're just getting started, and we want to take credit for getting as many people aware of what's the opportunity is and getting involved as we possibly can. It's so exciting for us to be early and be able to kind of share the knowledge and education that we have. And I mean, our goal has always internally been to make sure that we do a 2x, on for people, right? Because their time and their money is valuable. And so far, we're 100% for that since we started. And it just not 2x, it's gone from 2x up to, I think, Nancy, 35x is
yeah. When we did B20s, we did that.
And so the different projects, so it's just been, and we're going to continue doing that because we have so much exposure and access to the ecosystem, and it's exciting and fun. But it doesn't happen overnight. We want you to understand it. We want you to participate, and just spend some time kind of asking questions and getting to know, because we feel like we don't have the biggest community, but we have the best community. And because they're educated, and we always kind of are rule breakers. Like your membership, you have to pay to be part of the community, right? What's everybody else do? I mean, Facebook, Instagram, they'll come free. They'll give it away to you, right? So you get a really high quality group of people that are interested and want to participate, and it makes us stronger and better. And then we get great deal flow, right? You get great opportunities, because you have the full package. You have knowledge, you have users, and that's just been really beneficial for all the members in the last couple of years.
Yeah, what's also exciting is that anyone with an internet connection can really join this community, right? In taking, empowering you to take control of your financial future. So, the community is just global, and you have different perspectives and different people doing different things and being exposed to different projects. And we're all sharing that information because we're all passionate, and there's a lot of enthusiasts. So you're joining a quality community that wants to be there. They're just not, the conversations are so, there's quality in the conversation because everybody wants to help each other and wants to build their portfolio.
Yeah, that's the great question that we've been thinking about for 3 years, right? And this first phase was about, human nature, right? Collecting, showing off, You know, it was perfect for COVID, right? People want to own something, they want to flex, they want to participate, and that was fun. But what's really interesting is utility. Like, what's the value? What can you do with this digital, you know, asset? And we're working with some well-known celebrities, some basketball, you know, one of the top basketball players. We've got some soccer players on where we're building their artwork around them, but then you can also use that in a game. You can also use it to go to one of their concerts if they're a singer. So it's almost like a ticket. You know, it's like, this is what the future is. Your NFT signifies you have access to a club, right? There's 1,000 of you that own this NFT, and think about that. Now the power has all shifted. Now it's not about you're the product at Facebook or Instagram where they make money off of you, which by the way sucks. I mean, how horrible is that where you're the product, right? Now the whole thing is flipped upside down to where you have control, you're valuable, and you have access, and you have the power of I'm a part of this group. I like to follow this artist. I like to follow this team. I like to follow this personality. And then it's easy with the blockchain to drop you digital merchandise, to drop you tickets, because all you need with the blockchain, it's not that complicated. Blockchain just keeps track. It's a counting mechanism. It just keeps track of what's happening with your token, with your asset. And if we have that address, we can give you things. We can drop you favors, money, artwork, and you won't even know it. Like, we just drop it right to your wallet. You own it. And that's the beauty of it. And so we've got all these exciting things we're working on with different, you know, well-known global brands who totally get this. And they want to find 1,000, you know, it's not about trying to get 1 billion people now. It's like, let's get 1,000 people, true fans, really people that are excited about what we do. And they'll be this warrior team of people that buy our NFT, and then we can give them all kinds of access and exciting, let them be first. And it's just a great way to like have a membership, like a ticket really, to be a part of this social club. And because we're social by nature, right? I mean, everyone in this room has a phone and you're on social media, but you don't feel really connected that well, right? Because it's just, you're on their platform. And this really is giving power back to the ability to you choose what groups you want to be involved with. And I really think this is going to disrupt like the Instagrams of the world, social influencers. I mean, you know, this is going to change that, because individuals now can be a social influencer and own the economics, if that makes sense, Sasha. Well, as I started with our summary, we got the timing wrong to begin with, right? Because we thought, man, this is so new and complex, and there's all these pieces and on-ramps and technology. It's going to take, you know, 8-9 years, but it happened in 3 or 4 years. So I think we're within 18 to 24 months of this next evolution, because we know what's being built. We know who's involved. We know the money that's coming in. We know what we're working on. We know what the other projects are working on. The next phase, believe it or not, is going to be, you know, more lucrative, you know, and more exciting than the last phase. And the last phase was literally billions of dollars came into the space in a 3-month period. It went from a couple million to billions that quickly. And that's just the beginning. I mean, the next phase makes a lot of sense to us, and we see what's being built, and it's the development and creation has been accelerated, you know, with all this awareness that's happened recently.
And I think it's important to notate that the NFTs or the digital assets that you have is part of your portfolio investment. So even though you are, like John said, using it as a ticket or using it to play in a game, it is building value for you. So it's really important to understand that these things are not just game pieces or not just tickets, but they are building value in your portfolio. And because the NFTs usually have a certain amount of additions that come with it, I think, you know, whatever you own will be valuable. And if you want to hold on to it, or if you want to sell it, or you want to pass it on, it has value to it. So that's a really important thing to remember as well. We have a creators program, and there's an application process to that that you can find on our website, the bottom of the website, and you can tell us all about yourself and fill out the application so that we can review that and just start a conversation. John, what were you going to say?
I was just going to say we're big fans of Sasha's and in this event. So if anybody in the audience wants to talk about that directly, we'd be happy to see what we can do to help out. We'd be thrilled to bring on some new artists into the space, and we're not scared of that. Everybody, the big platforms, we've worked with all, and they want the name, they want, they're fat and lazy and they want the easy road. That's boring to us. So anybody who's talented or thinks they're talented, and we'd love to help them break into the space, because that's what gets us excited. It's a challenge, but it's we know how to do it. That's our goal. Yeah, we really it's all about value at the end of the day. I mean, if we can't deliver a return and people don't trust us, it's all about trust. Trust us that we know what we're doing and we can do it and deliver, and that's what it boils down to. And we've nailed that part of the equation, so it's easy and it's been fun for sure. Any other questions? Yeah, hey, Bob. Yeah, Bob, we should talk that's a great question. And we got a lot of ideas for that, because if you think about Fortnite, you've heard of Fortnite, Bob, the game, right? you know, Fortnite's interesting because the billions of dollars trade hands in that game. You know, people buy skins, they buy you know, they buy guns, avatars, whatever.
Accessories, yeah.
And what's interesting is you don't own any of that. You don't own your items. The publisher does, right? And again, there's another example where you're the product. Like there's no ownership. They can kick you off if they want to. They can ban you. They can go out of business, and you can't take it with you. You don't own it. You don't own shit, right? They do. And so you think about that, and then you wipe that away, and you think about the canvas of, let's say, a Fortnite, any game, and it's an artist's paradise to monetize, to create value. You can own. So we're one of the largest owners of Sandbox, actually, and I think we're probably the number one. We're going to be the number one company that does the most development. I mean, we've got a whole development team. We need artists because think about all that you could do, Bob. If you're an artist, you could be the guy who creates the perfect outfits. Own that entire space. It could be game pieces. It could be walls with art on it. It could just be structures. We need aesthetic beauty. We need so much art in these. I mean, we can't hire and engage people fast enough to create. So Bob, the answer is think about creating a virtual world and all the, you know, all the art that can be done within that world. And think about the difference of having good art or like average art in that world, right? That's what's really interesting is we own these worlds and we own, I think, what is it, 800-900 parcels of land in Sandbox. Yeah, we got a little obsessed and went off the rails and bought everything we could. But we've realized, well, that's 900 games we can build. And if you think about those 900 games, you've got endless amounts of art that needs. And when I say art, I just mean design. It could be anything from graphics to design to you name it. You know, what is art really when you're thinking about the metaverse, the universe of creativity? And that's why we're really looking to put all these pieces together and be the ultimate place where, because not everyone's going to take the time and be as crazy as we are to buy it all, right? I mean, Sasha knows we just bought Sasha, you can tell a little bit about it if you want. We haven't even announced it. We bought a digital studio, you know, through Sasha. I mean, he said he found someone who's super talented. You can look it up, called Final Bosu. I love hearing Sasha talk about, you know, their background, how they create. I mean, he's got an eye for this. He's a genius. And we're putting all the pieces together, and there's a lot of room. So Bob, you and your friends, anyone, talk to us because we have a huge appetite to build, create, and just wow the world. You know, don't contact us if you want to do boring stuff. We want to go big or go home, right? We're not scared to fail, and we want to get really aggressive, and we want to do some bold, fun things and just get people like, wow, that's the potential. That's what the future looks like. Like, doesn't that excite you, Bob? Right? That's what it's all about. Like, creating, designing. Wow, that's what it is. The truth is easy, Sasha. The lying's hard because I can never remember what I said. But if I tell the truth, super easy, right? That's right. You know, you're gonna hate my answer, but like if you're talented, let's just figure it out. Like, do what you love, do what you're good at, and we'll find a home for it, right? But that's me. Like, I don't believe, I want to build my own roads. I want to be an iconoclast. I'm tired of all these rules and not you, it's a fair question, but again, I've got a big issue with these institutions telling us, how we should feel, selling our information, just like leading us off a cliff, right? And I'm just, you know what, it's not, let's make our own rules. Let's make beautiful things together, and we'll help grow your base with you. Will help the world explain why this is relevant, why this is important, and why it has value, right? And that's on us. Like, you can't expect, these big corporations to do that. It just doesn't work that way. But if you're passionate and you're competent and you're smart, we'll go down that road with you. So the answer is, like, do what you do, be you, do what you do, and we'll help figure it out. We really will. I mean, Sasha knows this. I mean, we back up our stuff. If we say we're going to do something, we'll do it. I'll go, and then I'll let Nifty Princess in. Thanks for your time, and thanks for being courageous enough, you guys, to sit there and listen to us. It's new. Get involved, take a peek. You don't have to, spend hours, but know enough to be curious. Curiosity is the greatest gift you can ever have. Self-doubt, I think, is, and like fear is the worst. And just curiosity and open mind is a powerful, powerful thing. And NFTs are a great entry into an exciting world with really good people. And if you're going to participate, get in now, because once everyone's in, it's going to be different. But now it's just these beautiful, collaborative, friendly, helpful people that you're going to spend time working with them. So you might as well spend time drinking with them, right? Like, you want to work with the people you want to hang out with. And do go look at those Tom Badleys, not to buy them, just to appreciate them. I mean, this guy is a hidden gem. I mean, he does it by hand. There's hundreds of hidden features in these pieces of work. Sasha, did you ever get the physicals that we mailed to you? How beautiful are those? They're freaking amazing, right?
Yeah, they're incredible. They're some of the, I mean, his work is always phenomenal, but like, this is on a next level, printed on plates. It's done, yeah, it's done absolutely perfect. And it comes, obviously, it's connected to the NFT element as well. I don't know if you want to explain a little bit about that too.
Yeah. So if you guys, you could take a black light with these in the dark, and it has the same characteristics as money does. Money has these fibers that glow under a black light. You can't fake it, so like real money. There's no way to do this, unless you buy old school minting printing presses, which you can't. And they're just so cool, and so they're rare, and they're just beautiful. And I just want everyone to just see them, touch them. We send some there so people could enjoy them. You can certainly buy them. If you buy them, you get a digital version. And I love, like I mentioned earlier, merging digital and physical. So you can have these beautiful pieces. You can hang them up on a wall. There's 5 in the series, and then you can have 5 physicals as well alongside it. I mean, what is art? It's about moving you. It's about a story. And these are just beautiful stories we're putting together. We've got movies on them. And if we got the privilege of keeping them all, we'd be thrilled as well, because it's so fun. We've had so much passion putting these stories together. And I just can't wait for people to start to receive them, unveil them. I mean, we took this, I promised Nifty Princess I wouldn't say this, but the experience of opening the box, we hit all the senses. There's a smell component to it, right? There's a visual, there's a feel, there's everything, because that's what people want. They want to engage, they want to feel something. We've been stuck for too long, right? And so do go take a look at those and just send us a DM. Sasha, please share our contact. I'd love to see if you liked them, hated them, don't understand them. That's all great feedback. We value that. So, but I just ask everyone to take a look at that, talk to Sasha about it. Really cool stuff. That it's going to be one of those collector items in 2 or 3 years where you see the crypto punks and these, at Christie's. These are the exact same way. It took us, I mean, we've been working on it for over a year. It finally, got them done. First people to ever see them is the people in that room, because we haven't shared it with anyone. We had to get we even rushed the printing in Europe. Is that a European that does the minting in Europe to get them so we could get a few copies to Sasha. So they're fun and cool. So please take a look at them. But thank you very much, everyone, for your time and participating and your great questions. This was a blast. And Sasha, keep being Sasha. Love you, man.
Thank you, and you keep being John, and Nancy keep being Nancy. Don't change. Don't go away. Thank you so much. All right, thank you so much. We're going to take a quick break in between. We're going to show a little project that laser manufacturers are working on. And thank you so much, John and Nancy, for joining. We will see you soon.
Bye, everyone. Bye.
I think you can hear me. We're just taking a brief break while we wait for Robness, and then we will be resuming. And Lazy Gun Factory will also be presenting one of his works, and we'll be unveiling the Tom Badley works shortly. Please stand by.
Am I live out there?
Yes, you are. Like, you just appeared on the screen. No one knows what's going on. Welcome, man. Give us all a second. We're having like a brief little break, and then we're gonna get right onto the interview, dude. Cool. So you're a work of art at the moment.
Oh, baby. Yeah, I got Elon Musk right here with me, artificially.
Perfect. Give us like just like 10 minutes to get everyone kind of back organized and sitting down and stuff. You never believe who's here. Levitt here. I finally met him in person.
Oh, it's looping. No problem. Who is it? Let me see if I can load up. Oh, there we go. I can see me.
Okay, so we're going to be starting the Rob talk in a couple of minutes. Just getting everyone seated, and we'll be going. Thank you all for waiting. I guess 5-minute warning.
Excellent, excellent.
Recording stopped.
Rob, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me? Let's see. Start it up. Hello.
Hey. Let's let me make sure we can hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay.
Hello.
Hey. How you doing, man?
All right. Can you hear me? Sorry. Testing it.
Yep, we can hear you. I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Yeah, totally. Good to see you guys.
Good. Everyone says hi. So, I do a quick introduction. People are kind of stepping in still. Just outside. They're coming in for the talk. But so, Bob and Jason are both fantastic artists, and they're super excited to hear your talk as well. So we're yes. Rob is the father of trash art, and we're going to talk, I guess, a little bit about the beginnings of the crypto movement, the beginnings of art, and the crypto art, and kind of just your process and your piece you've made with Norman. How do you say his last name?
Norman Harmon. Yeah, my cohort. Yeah.
Okay, so I think we're just pulling more people in. Hold on 1 second. So I guess let's start it off with how did you get into the crypto scene? What attracted you to it, and what did you do before you started doing crypto art?
Well, I'm a musician as well, so I was doing a lot of music back in the day. I had, like a rehearsal space like every other band would have.
Recording in progress.
And basically it was a lockout rehearsal space where you just toss all your gear in, you practice and stuff. But I was doing art as well on both ends. But I got into crypto around 2014. 2014 was when, the price went past 1,000 and, you had friends that were talking about it. And so I had to be the ultimate skeptic and say, what is this? And then, so I started researching and then down the rabbit hole like everybody else does. And that's when I basically just started researching the technology in the beginning. And so for about 2 years, it's mostly just finance stuff. It was like, first of all, you had to figure out how to buy the stuff, you had to figure out how to buy Bitcoin and go all these different routes to get it. But after 2014 was the altcoin phase and more experiments were being done. And then I ran into this protocol called a counterparty. And it's a layer that lives on top of Bitcoin. It still exists today. And basically, it was the first time you could tokenize assets. So basically, it's another layer that lives on top of Bitcoin. You can tokenize an asset, you can name it. But for the most part, people were just naming assets, but they weren't attributing anything to it. So, there was a couple more experiments after that. There was a game called Spells of Genesis, Sarutobi. I was beta testing those actually. So I got the concept of like the image to the token in the beginning. And then I ran into a rare Pepe asset and I saw that and I go, what is this? And managed to find the Telegram room. I think there was about 20 people in there so far. From what I can remember. And they were starting to make their own assets with their own artwork and attributing it to that. So right when I saw that, I'm like, I'm in. I have to do this. This is the first time where normal people could, make their own artwork and stuff like that.
So I actually, that's something quite funny. Is the first artwork to sell on this show was a Pepe, and it sold yesterday. So we're starting it off how it started. But that's I guess the rare Pepe is the first time that crypto art and in a way was used in an actual space. Do you want to talk a little bit about the genesis of rare Pepe and of that sort of how that came to be such a big thing?
Yeah, it was a bunch of just crazy characters, honestly, that were just really, we were just really enthralled with the technology and the possibility of that. And so everybody was just working together and contributing artwork and just at first it was kind of like, it wasn't a joke, it was just it was a meme. So all of us were just it was more like just the Pepe meme was so it's such a popular thing at the time. It was just we just went for it. And basically the whole group, they would do series, series 1, series 2, we would submit stuff, and sometimes we wouldn't make the cut because we'd bring some more people in. But after a while, the Telegram room grew from 20 people to 100 people to 200 people to 1,000 to 2,000. I think 2,000 was like the highest we had the room going. But we had artists from around the globe, even Japan. We had artists from Japan. We had artists from South America, all over the globe, just contributing work. And by the time it was over, we had over thousands of cards and artwork made, and then there was a book made and so forth. So a lot of experiments were done back then, and even some experiments were done which really hasn't been exploited yet. So a lot of weird stuff has happened back then that will probably take flight later. But yeah, that's pretty much the genesis. And I was fortunate enough to be there at the right time, honestly, and just helping out. And most of it, sometimes I'd have to step back because other artists would want to get in and contribute work. So I got to mint a lot in the first 5 series, and after that we were just kind of taking a backseat and letting everybody else come in. But yeah, a lot of work was made. And actually the cool thing about it is a lot of the work was commenting a lot of stuff at the time. So whether it be about Bitcoin or what was going on in the US, or it's like a historical chronology of just what was going on. And mostly it was crypto related though. So a lot of the inside jokes are pretty much embedded in all that artwork. All the scams and all the projects and stuff that were going on. Yeah, it's pretty cool to look back on, to be honest. Yeah.
And then not only did you start, you're a huge part of the original Rare Pepe movement, the origination of this entire, this entire thing wouldn't probably be here unless your influence was involved. And how did you then decide to go, because you're a musician as well, how did you then decide that you were going to start making art, and what is the process behind the artwork you were making pre-Trash Can, and how did that lead to the Trash Can?
Yeah, I mean, art has always been with me. It's kind of weird. It's like it was more, I don't want to say more natural, but I loved creating visual art because, for one, I could listen to music while I was doing it. It's like, being a musician, you can't listen to music while you're making music. It's like it's one of those things. And so for me, it was more enjoyable to actually like just take my iPod and attack a canvas and just have it go on random. So I mean, I was pretty simple at the time, but really, I mean, it was just more natural to me. So, and it's weird too, because I think about it. I am a musician and a visual artist at the same time, but sometimes like you feel like you're more natural in some areas where you might push one area and you might go all the way like, oh, I'm this, but you're really kind of this. So it just felt like to me, like the visual arts, I kind of like was a little bit more of a natural at, it's kind of weird and stuff. And I'd have a bunch of canvases all over the place. And, if we were throwing parties and some people would look at the canvases and start looking at them, and it was like natural. And, they'd pull up one and I go, do you like that? And that person would go, yeah. And I'm like, take it, get it out of here. Cause I have too much work here. So, so I don't know. It was more of like a natural growth. And, I mean,
so was it almost a lack of space that made you look to crypto art as the future of art, that you didn't have any way to store all of these canvases?
It's so nice to have to be, not having to have so much stuff flying around. Yeah, I mean, that was the cool part. Just it was one of those things where I knew it was going to be big. It's just I didn't know how long it was going to take. I understood the concept and just what it was going to do for collectability and trading and so forth. I mean, I just knew it was going to be like a vinyl record for digital artwork. And for me, I was collecting vinyl at the time as well, like pretty hard, and with some buddies of mine, and at the time, and it just really fit. And actually, the last 6 months, I actually can't believe how fast it's grown. I mean, like 5 or 6 months ago, like a fire just lit up around the world, and tons of digital artists kind of woke up and started to see what was going on, which is awesome. It's awesome to see. So, yeah.
How did so for those of you who don't know in the room, Rob famously minted a Trash Can on another platform, and it got him banned from the platform. Can you talk a little bit about why you were banned and why that Trash Can is so important, and why it's kind of the Marcel Duchamp's toilet of the digital world?
Well, it's funny. At the time, there was a lot of contention going around in the space about certain types of artwork getting made, and so there's an app called PhotoMosh, which is like now it's funny that app is so embedded in crypto art now. You can kind of see the effects in people's artwork now more prominent. But I was using that app for years to make glitch art. Even before I stepped into Super Rare and Known Origin, all those galleries and stuff. So like I already knew it was part of like, the glitch culture, online. There's a whole bunch of different, internet art communities. There's web punk, internet art, vaporwave, synthwave, all this stuff. And a lot of those communities were using that app because it's one of the best glitch apps probably developed, in my opinion, because it works like a synthesizer. So, but yeah, I mean, I was using that to make my artwork, and I was kind of getting judged by some of my other artistic peers, and when they found out what I was using, I started, they started saying, oh, this is trash and this is that. And for me, I'm like, I'll use any tool at my disposal to make my artwork. Actually, it's funny because my buddy Max Osiris, a lot of our artwork, man, we'll take, it doesn't matter what it is. We'll use PhotoMosh, we use Photoshop, After Effects, or for me personally, but phone apps, tons of stuff, and just combine all those things together to make stuff. And to be honest, I think it's more fun that way, because it's like you're having all these different paintbrushes, and one of them could be artificial intelligence gons. One of them could be just you name it. It can be any of those things. So, so to get like kind of criticized for that, I was thinking about it. I was like, you know, I'm going to own this thing, and I'm going to own this trash. And so when I was starting to make pieces on Super Rare later on, I started making more like photo homage artwork. I actually pushed it even more. And then when one of my buddy Max got kicked off, I kind of was like, you know, I just wanted to trash the place. So there you go, trash can, glitch, boom, done. And yeah, they didn't like that. So and it's all water on the bridge now. But at the time, you know, I was definitely expressing myself. So yeah, they removed the piece, they removed me, and yeah, and that was that. But after there was a Cointelegraph article written about the trash can and so forth, and there was other artists that took the call on, and they started making a bunch of trash can artwork. And at first I was kind of like taken aback. I was like, oh my God, what is this? And just people just agreed with it, you know, because for me, and the, you know, the whole copyright and citing sources and stuff, we've already fleshed this out in the old art world a long time ago. So for me, it was like almost like it seemed like some people in the space kind of needed an art history lesson a little bit. You know what I mean? And so I think it was just a natural case of events, and a lot of artists were really just kind of vibing with it and just ran with it. So yeah, I think to date there's about 1,000 pieces plus made. If you go to OpenSea and you just type trash, I mean, you'll find so many remixes. It's the weirdest thing, but I'm totally honored because I mean, in the music era, you know, there's a lot of sampling going on, and there's like a famous drummer like Clyde Stubblefield, the funky drummer, and his drum sample has been sampled 1,000,000 times over. So, I mean, for him, that's like, I mean, back then he didn't get paid, but still, that's an honor to be in so many records. So for me, seeing all that artwork, obviously, it means a lot that they took it to heart. So yeah, it's all of them, really. I mean, for me, it kind of flew off and it took a life of its own. But I guess that's how memes work, doesn't it?
Yeah. So, what would you say? What would you say separates trash art from art that's made on an app? So, for instance, you can have art that's it's made on an app and it's like super high quality. You can have glitch art, like the work that you're displaying here. But what would you say defines trash art? How does one become a trash artist?
I just make the joke to use photo homage because a lot of the effects are so strong. Like the aesthetic and the look of it is, it's just, you know, it's that, you know. I was laughing. I was actually laughing because when Rarible started getting famous, like Taco Bell put out some NFTs, and all of a sudden I see this glitch, and I'm like, those guys use photo homage, which you know. So it's weird. But the thing is, though, is that app has been with me for so long. The developers hit me up about 1.5 years ago, and they asked me, you know, we want to do an update, and so do you have you know, any suggestions? And I literally gave them my laundry list. I gave them, I think, like 20 items that I wanted, you know, in the app. And lo and behold, maybe about 3 months or 4 months later, the developers hit me up and they gave me like a free copy to beta test. So it's weird. It's like almost like now it's a part of me because well, I got everything I wanted in there, but the way it works, it does work like a synthesizer. It works like a guitar pedal, almost like a daisy chain. Like you can take an effect, drag it on top or on the bottom, and depending on how you order the effects and you chain them up, you can get different effects that pop out. So it took me a while to figure that one out because I didn't even know there wasn't a manual. So like when I figured that out, I'm like, oh, now you can have like infinite possibilities. So but yeah, no, it's been fun.
And you're moving into more complicated stuff. You're almost going back to your roots, because I remember the original artwork you were minting was quite glitch based. And what drove you towards going to the more refined glitch style? And also, where do you see the next stage? Because you're always experimenting. You've got your techno origami series. You've got all of this. What do you think's next for the space? Now we've had this kind of 3D craze, and we just had GrowYourBase on. It's talking about, you know, living with these NFTs. How do you see this being taken to the next level?
I think augmented reality is going to be probably going to be the next thing. There's probably going to be like, you know, virtual sculptures and just virtual just virtual installations. Like there's a group right now called Super World, and they're doing basically where you buy a plot on Earth, and you can like install artwork on that street. And so you can literally buy a plot somewhere around there if you want, and you'll have that, and you can actually like put a if you make a virtual sculpture, you can just implant it there, and then if somebody's walking there, you can just put on pull the phone up. Hopefully some cool glasses in the future that'll turn on. But yeah, you can see it right in the middle of the street. I think the augmented reality will be the next big thing. The metaverse will always be there, but I think as far as like being physically out and about, I think that'll be like really cool to see. And galleries will be flipped inside out. I could see pop-up galleries outside, people throwing shows outside too. So I think that might be the next thing. 3D took a while. I mean, the 3D is so popular right now. It's for me, that's like the pop art right now. But I'm starting to notice that like this month and the next couple of months, things have been kind of dwindling a little bit. So I'm actually kind of happy for that, because a lot of other artists that are doing different works are getting more prominent now. So yeah, and as far as the glitch stuff, I mean, a glitch has always been with me. I've always had like a futurist, like aesthetic bent. I was doing a lot of vaporwave artwork back in the day because I was listening to a lot of vaporwave. But yeah, I'm total futurist at heart, but also like classicist in a way too. Like the piece behind me, like I made a set of 6 of those, and I sent those to Institute Gallery in London. But basically, it's a combination of artificial intelligence, GONS, generative. So like behind me, it's like a generative Doge, but you can't see his face because the artificial intelligence couldn't figure out the face. So I kept that. And then you got an Elon Musk right here. It's like artificial, like, mannequin. But the whole scene is artificial. But those are the concepts that I mess with all the time. And every, new tools come out all the time. So, if it's artificial intelligence or Blender or any of this stuff, I usually grab it and try to put it in the tool set, because it does help in the long run.
Definitely, and the piece you have in this show is based on the Japanese directors. So you want to talk a little bit about kind of like the inspiration behind that, why that piece, and also about Norman as well, and your collaboration with him, because I know you've worked with him on a lot of stuff.
Yeah, so I'll start off with Norman. Norman Harmon. He's an artist from Scotland. He's a painter originally, so he does a lot of physical work. But I came across his work on Super Rare because he does his own version of glitch. If you see his work on Super Rare, like you'll see where our kind of styles like clash, and actually he hit me up because I made an artificial intelligence piece. It's called Elysium 286, and it looks like an old like Roman just landscape scene, but the artificial intelligence, the GONS, doesn't make it exact, of course, and you can tell it's fake, And so, but he saw that and he hit me up. He's like, "Hey, do you want to collaborate?" I go, "Let's do it." And this was about maybe a year and a half. It's almost been 2 years now. We've been collaborating, but we've made about maybe 50 or 60 pieces. I can't remember off the top of my head. But basically, our styles clash, but we both have an affinity for glitch artwork and internet side of things. And so yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, so as anyone trying to kind of get into this space, and not talking about platforms, talking more about the kind of concept behind the artwork, what would you suggest is the best way to go about promoting yourself and the best way to kind of get out there and make a successful business out of doing this?
Oh, about NFTs in general?
Or just being a crypto artist? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, crypto artist. Okay, so my biggest advice. Okay, so for the social networking, it's all Twitter. And the reason why is because even back in 2014, everybody from Vitalik Buterin to all the big names in crypto, for some reason they gravitated towards Twitter to communicate. And so they all started off with accounts that were, 100 followers or 200 followers. Nobody knew about Vitalik back then. He was just a kid that was doing a presentation in Florida at the time. You know what I mean? So when he had his account, like he was just like a normal Joe, like the rest of us. And so so you know, over the years, you know, he's racked up his account to like 1 million followers. So why would you break away from that? So most of Twitter, or most of crypto lives on Twitter. Most of the conversations happen on Twitter. All the developments go through Twitter. So it was only natural that crypto art and NFTs and everything bootstrapped right alongside it. So that's my biggest advice for artists, is to, you know, to jump in there, because, you know, you'll find other artists too. So collaboration's big. You never know, you might find your kindred spirit there. You might be doing collab series like I'm doing with Norman. Like, he found me through there. And so we've been making pieces ever since. And to be honest, I'm totally blessed that we met, because we've been, I mean, honestly, I'm proud of the work. Like, I'm really proud of what we're doing. So, but yeah.
That's awesome. I think that's really good advice. So other than Twitter, is there anywhere else that people should look to expand their sort of reach?
You know, people are okay. So there's Clubhouse too. Clubhouse. I've noticed actually there's some Japanese NFT rooms that are starting up. There's tons of NFT rooms on Clubhouse, depending on, you know, where you're going with it. And it's kind of funny because Clubhouse, it was almost like a perfect storm for Clubhouse, because when they came out and they started, you know, people were inviting other people. You know, people sold to 69 million, and everybody figured, you know, heard that on the news. And the first thing was they started going on Clubhouse and they started talking, you know, asking questions. And if you're new to NFTs and stuff, and you need to get like a primer, and you need to figure out like just the basics and the fundamentals and stuff, there's tons of like NFT rooms that you can jump in and ask questions. You know, like, people are afraid to ask questions almost because it's, you know, it's tech oriented, and, you know, like, you don't want to sound dumb and stuff, but like, you go in there and you can ask any dumb question you want and get the answer. And so as far as onboarding, I think that might be good, actually. So I'd recommend Clubhouse too, if you want to, you know, just ask a couple questions and get them answered quick, you know. So.
Thank you so much, and I think there's probably going to be some questions from, especially because Bob has been using apps as well to create art, and he really wants to get into the space. Are there any questions from the audience?
I want to ask, the comment you made early on, the old days, that you think might pop up again in the future. Were you talking about technical things or concepts, or what was that? What's an example of something that you saw in the old days that kind of disappeared but you thought might come back?
Well, to be honest, I'd say like the Blade Runner aesthetic, you know, for like futurism. Like, there's a lot of pulling from the 80s, because it was so, just visually, everything was so strong back then. And it's funny, because I was saying the other day, I was like, I can't wait till Japan gets on NFTs, because there might be another futurist boom the next decade. So I'm definitely down with that. But yeah, a lot of Blade Runner references, a lot of 80s references are definitely coming through into crypto art for sure. Yeah, it's a lot of nostalgia, you know. I mean, I'm kind of part to blame too, because in the beginning I was doing a lot of vaporwave artwork as well, and the vaporwave genre is all about 80s and 90s, like the dawn of the computing age, and like nostalgia, and, you know, it's just all that stuff, and it's been bleeding through. So yeah, I'd say the 80s is probably the most predominant decade of like visuals that are kind of permeating through.
Fantastic, Rob. And what are you, other than the Kawasaki stuff and the artwork behind us, what are you kind of working on at the moment that people should be looking out for? What's, like I said, talking about, you know, you're talking about augmented reality, but how does that play into what you're doing? And what's your next kind of big art piece? What are you thinking is going to be the next thing for Robness?
Oh man, that's a hard call, because it's funny. Like, I don't know. It's up for the people to decide. They chose the trash can. I didn't choose that. You know what I mean? It's weird. It's like the people chose that. So I guess I'd have to just wait for that. But as far as like new projects and stuff, I am doing something kind of funny on this blockchain called Tezos. There's a platform called Hic-et-Nunc, and I love the platform. It's cool. They have a different approach. You can be anonymous if you want to. So for that platform, I've been releasing artwork that's I just go on Twitter and I say I released a piece, go collect it, see if you can find it, and some people have, and I've been releasing pieces every so often now, and I've got a whole collective base on there now. So most of the artwork on there is technically anonymous because I never confirmed it. But I am. Yeah.
Would you say that the next stage for people to really kind of build a huge movement and following in this space is to set up multiple accounts and become multiple people in the metaverse, and not just be one, not just be a Robness, but be 8 or 9 artists at the same time?
I mean, you can if you want to. I mean, you don't have to. But for me, it's like the reason why I did that on the Hiccup was to test artwork. To see if people actually, it gave me another chance. Just like there was no name attached, and just to see if that would work, and people love the work. So I'm totally blessed and fortunate. But that is cool about crypto. So if you want to be anonymous, you can pull it off. If you want to develop 20 personas, you can do it. Xcopy, Pac, all those guys, they that's their shtick, and to be honest, they got it kind of on easy street because they really don't have to do interviews or anything. they just put out work, But you can, that's the beauty of, for me, that's the beauty of decentralized technology and just what you're able to do with it. You can be anonymous if you want to.
Is there, before we open up to any more questions, is there anything last that you would want to say, or is there anything kind of that you'd want to finish on?
Oh yeah, about the piece, the Kurosawa glitch, actually, that was more so just homage to Japan, and just honestly a thank you that you guys are throwing the event, and Norman and I were like, man, let's do a Kurosawa piece, and let's really bring it out. And so it's more like a montage of all of his classic works, and we just moshed them all together like it was like some big dream, just blending in and out. And the cool thing about that work too is, Norman was doing the video moshing. I usually curate the footage that we do, but the very first shot is the art piece. So it's almost like 2 art pieces in one, like the video moshing in one part, but the first frame is like, we worked on that first, and so that piece, it's got a lot of stuff in there. The background is an artificial intelligence generative landscape. Then I glitched the hell out of it, and Norman threw Kurosawa in there, and he's like filming an abstract landscape. There's a lot of stuff going on there, but I was really happy how it came out. So yeah.
Fantastic! Thank you so much, Rob, for joining us. And
thank you guys. Thank you. Thanks for coming too. Thank you guys.
We wish you could be here as well, maybe for the next one.
Oh, most definitely. I'll be there.
All right. Thank you so much. Are there any other questions for Rob before he goes? No?
I just have one question. I know your work. I've been following you for a while, but do you ever do physical and digital? Do you ever get into the physical world as well?
I was doing physical work before the crypto stuff, but it's so funny. Like, I'm so digitally native that it just was like me. It's funny too, because I when I was a kid, I was using Photoshop like 1.0. It was weird. It was like in the beginning, like I was already doing digital art. And it's funny, like when I was a kid, I was trying to fake or make I was scanning like magic cards and trying to change the attributes and stuff. So I was already trying to like hack artwork in the beginning, like with that stuff. And of course, it took forever to scan them. But yeah, I don't know. It just seems so natural for me to be in the digital element. But yeah, I'll be going back to physical soon, for sure. Yeah.
Thank you again, Rob. You're amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
I'll see you guys soon.
See you. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. So before we finish, we're going to have one last presentation, and I'm going to put that up on the screen now. And that's from Jason, who's also known as Laser Gun Factory. I'm going to play his work, and then we're going to put it up, and we're going to finish on that. Okay, so that's the presentation playing. Jason's going to take the stage now, and he's going to chat a little bit about his work. Jason, do you want to talk a little bit about your work and what that was all about?
Absolutely. So, I've always had to work with technology.
May I have to speak up a little? Okay. So, Jason's just giving a presentation.
Yeah. Okay. Hey guys. Okay, so I don't know if you can see, we're having a little technical issues with the sound, but basically I wanted to animate a video to show humanity and technology, how we're connected. And
Recording stopped.
I'm so sorry. Okay. Recording stopped.
Oh, you want to try that?
I'm going to try and give you another little play. We'll keep playing in the background. So you just keep going.
So basically we're a very intelligent species. We constantly create things, but I noticed that a lot of the countries with the most money, they spend most of it on military defense. And to me, it's a horrible thing as an artist. So I wanted to illustrate the idea of humanity actually using all of their intelligence to create something rather than destroy it. So basically the landscape is barren, and we don't know if it's because of environmental issues, we don't know if it's because it's war-torn. And the ship that we see comes from the 2001 Space Odyssey, the obelisk. The obelisk represented intelligence in the film, and it actually grew in the film as humans gained intelligence. So the pilot is using this kind of technology to create this digital flower. And this particular scene, I was very inspired by photography of the first nuclear test in America, the Trinity. And so they actually had people with these crazy goggles watching this massive destruction happen in front of them. And so rather than showing a nuclear explosion, I wanted to have this beautiful flower up here. So that's what the video represents. And I worked on this with my friend Jay Borley. We actually went to high school together, and so I often collaborate with people. So he's a musician who did the composing, and I wanted to also test myself for animation and see how far I can take my personal work. So every time I work on a project, I try and push farther using different applications and story narratives. And this happened to be one of the pieces that I ended up doing maybe a couple of years ago. And now I decided to turn it into an NFT because I think NFTs allow for creation, and I thought it was like the perfect match to actually use to push it out into the world. And that's the video.
It's a video, which unfortunately we weren't getting audio. I'm not quite sure. Are you trying to
do that. But that was a bit strange.
So yeah, question?
I feel like we're probably going to give you another chance to present this in a bit of time.
Next time.
Yeah. But I think that's the next one to finish on. And we'll get you another slot.
Yes. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it. Yes, what's the question?
Do you find that the NFT platform is somewhat political using the NFT platform?
I mean, I've seen. Well, what's interesting to me is politics have definitely entered the field, especially with Bitcoin mining, but nobody really knows the truth about that. And we're not sure why they're so, people, especially the news media, let's say in America, they're almost negative views on crypto in general. And the NFT market kind of, people started talking about NFTs because they use proof of work, I guess, which is the way crypto is mined. So you're using massive amounts of power, but we're not really sure about that. So that became a political issue with NFTs. But I haven't really seen any other movements like Black Lives Matter. I haven't seen any serious projects come from political movements myself.
Not as a political movement, but in a different way, like having direct access as an artist, or being able to communicate the message.
Yeah, well, I think it would be a great way because, again, NFTs, they allow the artist to actually have a voice. They can prove themselves. They can use the platform as they wish. And it's definitely growing. It's very popular. So it's definitely a new form of medium that any artist on the planet should look at. They should definitely try and see what's going on with it. Because it's not only the art that's happening, but there's the technology in general. So that's something that's changing the world at this point.
Politically, there's a lot of libertarian thinking. The decentralization. If you want to talk about politics and that sense, right? There's a heavy element of that in there.
Well, I guess that's true. Like you just heard Robness, he's basically, an artist, screw the system, he's going to do what he wants to do.
Yeah.
I haven't, even when he did that though, I don't think he was doing it purposefully. I think he was just doing it because he's an artist. And so maybe in general, it's just natural for an artist to try and do that. This particular video didn't have a real political agenda. It's just my personal feelings about it, and it's definitely generalized. I can see where people would think that it's political, but it's just my personal emotional feeling, like expressed through this.
Political narrow sense.
I see.
It's like an idea about life, about the world.
Absolutely. For sure. Thank you for the question. Yes. Anybody else? All good.
Definitely give you another shot to do this story more full time.
Totally.
Yeah.
This was fun though.
It was really fun. Thank you so much for coming.
Absolutely. Yes.
You were the one who created the flyer for Cryptokyo.
Yes.
What made you come up with that kind of concept and that visual imagery?
That's a silly story.
Oh, really? Okay, good. Please tell us.
I go to my wife's parents and they have conversation. I can't speak Japanese, so I bring my iPad.
Really?
And I just draw. And I'll converse sometimes, but usually when I'm there, I'll start creating art. So even some of this stuff started on their table as we're eating dinner. So yeah, because I don't know what they're saying, so I'm like, all right, I'm gonna just be in my world. it reminds me of school because I didn't want to pay attention to the teachers. I just drew in school, so same thing. Yeah, pretty much.
So do you use a lot of like robotics or like kind of that kind of style in a lot of your art, or are you, or is something you gravitated towards?
I think so. When I was a kid, my father used to take me to a lot of sci-fi films, and so I just fell in love with the genre. And then later, I actually wanted to be a comic book artist, and I would follow guys like Mobius, the French artist, and then there's an American artist named Jeff Darrow that is a huge influence. He did all of the concept art for The Matrix, so you can kind of see all the wires and everything. And so I've just sort of flown in that direction visually, I guess. And then when I do any kind of work, it has that element of sort of this futuristic connection. So always, not necessarily robots, but definitely sort of futuristic. Yeah, very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, I really love these pieces. When Sasha sent us the artist folder and collection, I was just like, wow, these are so strong. The visuals are really fun, and I really love this piece.
It was Sasha's suggestion to use the red. Because I usually don't do yes. Good eye. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks. Totally. No, I appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah, you're amazing.
Thank you. So we will
We'll represent that.
absolutely.
And just say goodbye to everyone on the live stream.
Cool.
Thank you so much
Thank
for
you
tuning in,
guys.
everyone.